Hey everybody, we're back with the Sunday Showcase, finally after so long, with Azure Striker Gunvolt chosen by Clim. Now, Azure Striker Gunvolt I believe was first released on 3DS. That's an echo. Jansen, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How are you doing? Oh, it's repeating. Let me take care of that. That's better. Jansen, thanks so much for the raid. Let's give you a shout out for anybody who doesn't know who Jansen is. Playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. How is that going for you, buddy? Yeah. Welcome in. How are you doing? Doing good? I'm glad to hear that. Azure Striker Gunvolt, I believe, first released on 3DS. Later released on PC. There is a sequel, Azure Striker Gunvolt 2. When it came out on Switch, it came out as part of the Striker Pack, which contains the first and second games. Remastered, running at 60 FPS. I played the first stage of the original game on 3DS and never did anything else with it. So let's play it and see how it is. Do I want English with Japanese voice or just English? Does it have a Japanese voice option? This does not have a Japanese voice option. 5 hours. Oof. That's a lot. That's a lot for you, Chance. You don't usually go that much more above 3. Beat the game on 3DS. Well, you know, in that case, I'm hoping you'll be able to see some differences, because I know you were considering eventually picking up the Striker Pack. Let's get into it. That's a 3DS title screen blown up to a TV. That is very obvious. Alright. Mission. Anthem. His mission: silence the muse and free the world from its trance. But then things happened. This game not voiced? Oh, you already bought the Striker Pack. Nice. You don't have a Switch yet, do you? Electro Scourge. That's a bit much. I was not aware it was on PS4. That's fair enough. It's weird that it's not voiced, but it gives you the option of English or English with Japanese voices. Virtual Canary controlling trances with a voice. Kind of makes me think of the Caligula effect, which was an interesting little RPG for the Vita. Remastered and redone with a bunch of extras and released on consoles as the Caligula Effect Overdose. Interesting premise. I don't think the gameplay really holds it up though. It's unfortunate. That's interesting. It's not often you get music in different languages, it's usually just maintained in a specific language the game was intended for. Unless the game has an anime opening, and they decided to translate it. But even with an anime opening, they don't often redo it in English. You didn't even really say anything. You've already told me my target's on a train. Gunvolt. Looks like it's just been feeding me. Yeah, the interrogators always get a little too chatty when they think they have the upper hand. Rock and roll. I'm more than a robot, Wily. Anyway. There's the dash. Do we maintain that? Seems like it. Jump. Shoot. Whatever this is. Alright, let's work it out. If I remember rightly, this is somewhat of a throwback to Mega Man Zero. Back when Mighty Number 9 was coming out and everyone was like, oh yeah, no, Mega Man's coming back, and Mighty Number 9 now. People kind of overlooked everything else that came out of that, which kind of also included Azure Striker Gunvolt, and that led to the crossover Mighty Gunvolt, which was a better Mega Man game than Mighty Number 9. For all intents and purposes. Yeah. The Mighty Number 9 debacle. Mission. I hope it still says warning when you're about to go into bosses. Charge? Nope. If it just rapid fires when I hold the button, then what is the point? My button mashing skills aren't needed. Neat. Interesting, there's got to be a proper use for that. I'll have to work it out. Controls pretty well. I like the after images as well. Especially how you can see, like, especially when you turn around, you can see the after images are all individual separate sprites reflecting previous animations. That's a nice touch. It's very reminiscent of Symphony of the Night. Dragon Flash. Interesting. Wonder how that's going to affect bosses. Go. and the recharge time. Double tap down. Okay. Shouldn't have taken that hit. Easily avoided. Pretty fast paced. I can see the appeal of this. Greetings! You must be the lovely Clim Hazard. Uh-oh. Could have avoided that easier. It has a very obvious pattern. How you doing, Clim? Yeah, the manual recharge is pretty fast. You doing okay? I'm doing okay. Finally doing that Sunday showcase you ordered, Clim. Interesting, they can go either way, but they'll always go the way you came from. I'm glad you are, Clim. Oh, that loading screen was too quick to read what I was saying. Near automaton. You getting back into that then? Because I feel like I'm pretty sure it was you I was ended up talking about it with. Tried it yesterday. Alright. Is he gonna do the Mega Man warning? Is he gonna do the Mega Man warning? Nope. No. And here I was thinking that couldn't have been a boss. Because it went down too easy. You're not getting the alerts when we go live, Signer? Alright, what did I miss? Yeah, no, we were discussing that. Was that yesterday you were telling me about that? Because I feel like I was talking about it with you in voice chat, which would have been Monday. Yeah, that makes sense then, because I remember comparing it with Ninja Gaiden and Ninja Gaiden's bullshit save checkpoint system. I missed so many things like There's, I have known other people who've had problems with that, not getting the email notifications, Signer, which is a big part of the reason why I always post the updates on the Discord. Plus, you know, trying to get back into the regular schedule so people can be confident of the time that I'm live. Don't really want to catch people unawares with it. Interesting. I'm liking this. Pretty neat, and the fact that it's got the option to put the energy field on the shoulder button is really nice, so you can focus on everything else on the face buttons. It's a good idea. It's smart button placement. You can tell this is not a Nintendo game. Some goodies. Charge. Oh yeah. Based on how this feels and the movement, I think you'll be into this, Clim. Like, the movement is really well done. It's very responsive. Shouldn't have jumped over that. Skills. It said skills. Cerberus. What am I looking at? Stats, control, skills. Work it out after the mission. Like, looking at the title screen and the menu, you could tell this was a 3DS game. Looking at this looks really nice. I wouldn't immediately assume this is a 3DS game. It's a cool skill. Works really well. I like it. Let's go. I like that the manual recharge is so fast as well. So far, positive impression. Last car. What, the GAC? No, I've only done the first level before on 3DS and then never played it beyond that. It's another one of those many, many games that was like, yeah, no, this is pretty cool, and then I never touched it again. So this, all of this, I've done this before, ages ago. On 3DS. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're gonna turn out to be the main villain later. Yeah, no, eliminate her, it's simpler that way. Thought one of the consequences of being a good guy was it's complicated. So we're going solo. Are we going solo? I'm gonna miss you, characters I've known for 10 minutes. I feel like with a name like Gunvolt, he should be a robot. He uses a gun in his bag. Yeah, but like, why would you call a person Gunvolt? Like, not even as a code name, like as an actual name. Yeah, I feel like a kid wouldn't have named himself. So this is a cyberpunk dystopia. let's be fair, you don't have to try very hard to sell it. At this point, it's more obvious than ever that basic propaganda is incredibly effective. There is a lot more talking in this than I expected. Mega Man Zero definitely had less talking than this. Well, being a terrorist cuts into the effectiveness of mercenary work. Who'd have thunk? To be fair, Cloud was only a terrorist after he joined. After he did that one job as a mercenary. Just that one job he did. That was a Final Fantasy VII Remake going for you, Chansum. You enjoying it? Has she got into Olympus Coliseum in her playthrough of Kingdom Hearts yet? I know she was streaming last night, but it was too late for me. I had to go to bed. Way past Olympus. The first or second time, because if I remember rightly in Kingdom Hearts 1, you go to Olympus, do a little thing, and then come back way later. Oh no, that. Like, I suppose the root of my question is like, has she been thirsting over Kingdom Hearts 1 Cloud? That's pretty blunt. The game doesn't auto-save for you. Save yourself. We're not here to babysit you. I feel a little closer to Jewel. Is this really going to end up having a whole visual novel aspect? But if you drink all the water in Atlantica, Chansum, then what's going to be left for her to hydrate you with? You did that. I'll have to take another look at Nier Automata. Like I said, I played it for several hours before I eventually stopped. And I don't remember having trouble with the saving. Alright, subaquatic base, data store, stratacombs, media tower, biochem plant, pharma lab. Clim, this is your Sunday showcase, pick one. Yeah, you try figuring out which of these is ice or water. Maybe subaquatic base, but the enemy may not be water. Alright, subaquatic base. Let's see. What do we got? According to our objectives, according to our operatives, Sumeragi has been pushing a large amount of material. That's not how you spell material, is it? Let's see. No, that's not how you spell material. Gotta get max affinity with you. So it's tertiary subaquatic military base. The nature of the supplies and recent construction of a new docking platform suggests intent to build some kind of large armed submarine. Well, this would be the second time this game was put together. Likely localized the second time as well, so that would be a mistake they've probably missed twice. You need visual confirmation. Affirmative, and if there is armed submarine down there, disarm it, right? Yeah, you got it. Thank you. I'll put the brief in a briefing. Sure, put the briefs on your briefing. Let's see, talk to Jewel. Ah, you say that. Ah, yes, FF7's Materia system. I've been saying it wrong all these years. It's like Chocobo and apparently Mako. I don't care what Final Fantasy VII Remake says, I'm gonna keep calling it Mako. Though I was introduced to Final Fantasy's pronunciation of Chocobo early enough with Final Fantasy X that it's not too bad. Mako for life. Cactua. Cactu. Cactuo? In Cactuar? How are you supposed to pronounce what you're saying, Chansum? Alright, subaquatic base. What is this? Oh no, I get you missing. I get you messing. Mission Abyss, at the bottom of the sea awaits cunning adversary America forges deadly traps from the fabric of space itself. Mission! That's not good. Cactu. I miss the days of spell names being like element 1, element 2, element 3. I've been doing Final Fantasy 3, Final Fantasy 6 on Super Nintendo recently. And you know, the numbers are not necessarily a bad idea. I like the artistic idea of stuff like Cure, Cura, Curaga. But like, the numbers aren't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah. Alright. Comfortable. Rock and roll. Gotcha. Can control space. That's a neat twist. Yeah, that's kind of a neat twist. The subversion. That was still in Japanese. Wondering what that did. The subversion of level layout. It's nice, good idea. Not quite a teleport maze, but teleport mazes aren't so bad in a fast-paced game like this. Oh, don't do that. Damn it. That was fortunate. The Mystic Art. Weird that you'd have a Mystic Art so early. Like, if you want to keep going with the Tails analogy. Thank you. Nothing. I like the design for Gunvolt. The ponytail, meh. Just the hair in general, just kind of meh. But I like the coat. I like the coat, and I like the coat's movement. Yeah, it's weird that it had Oh, that was fortunate. It's weird that it had a separate option for English and English with Japanese voicing. If putting it on English without Japanese voices is just going to give you Japanese voices anyway. Can we change? No, it looks like it's only at the start, unless you can change the language option in the base. Worked. The loading screen's nice. It's nice that it has information on it for you to read, but it's always frustrating when you've got a loading screen with something written on it, especially like tips. Loading screens with tips on them, and the game loads too fast for you to read them. I assume the water is still coming then. Yep, still coming. Ah, shit. Hello. You the enemy? No, you're just a normal dude. Just a bunch of you. Not only fond of them dropping out from the ceiling with no warning on positioning. That's kind of awkward. See, I could kind of, on one hand, understand it loading slower on 3DS. But it's not like the 3DS wasn't a powerful system for what it, for this. I don't know. Weird concept. I mean, the lack of load times is really nice. Can't deny that. You must be my opponent. Because I'm just that good. Would it have killed you to drown? Yeah, I can appreciate the like super fast load times. I think the balance between the two would be to have you press A to exit the loading screen. I always appreciate when a game with a loading screen that has information on it makes you press A to continue. I think it's a guy. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think it's more obvious now that it's a guy. Well, to be fair, anime styles, it can be really hard to tell. It's just one of the problems of anime styles, certain styles of anime. Yeah, cool. That was a big fist. Almost done. What is this, a Marvel vs. Capcom Super? Get out of here. One more. Uh-oh. That was a lot of damage I took. Gotta get the iframe. Yeah, that was a lot of damage I took. The game's kind of forgiving, it seems. Probably gonna change as we get further in. Voicemail. To be fair, like, it would have been like, okay, stop doing evil things for the evil company, and I'll just go. And it's like, nah, I've got to kill you though. It's like, well, if you want to kill me, I'm gonna kill you first. You had a choice. The dealer, you say? Customize, challenges, save, insult the dealer, save point. Okay, can't make any of this. Okay, that looks like something to just get rid of. That looks like vendor trash. Is all of this just stuff to get rid of? Okay. Right, no, none of it is stuff to get rid of because I need to own all of it to get the stuff. Okay. Could have been a little clearer. What was that? Dart? Change darts. Okay. So do you just keep spamming that to get close enough to Jewel to get the good ending? Auto fire charges. Alright, some stuff later on. Okay. Chanson, you want to pick the next one we go for? Just pick one of them. Whichever one you pick, just tell me the colour. Purple. Stratacombs. What do we got? Supernatural spelunking, you say? Haunted house. I can see why this would be interesting, Chanson. Under the storehouse. This is going to turn into a Scooby-Doo plot of the bad guys were trying to do bad things, and so they had people dress up as ghosts to scare people away so people wouldn't know about the bad things. Or, you know, made ghosts rather than made people dress up as them. I'm afraid of no ghost. Underworld, the secluded prison has fallen prey to a two-headed serpent with no regard for the laws of life and death. Rock and or roll. You know, considering I was mashing the button to shoot to begin with, having a charge shot isn't a bad idea. It's neat. I look forward to it. We're only about an hour in, honestly. And I'm kind of wondering how long this game is. You know, that's probably not the intended way in. That's a good thing we're not doing ninja today, isn't it? Going down. 10 hours. I'm guessing they're probably going to pull up more levels than just the 6 that are available. It's like Mega Man 8 had the whole thing of not doing extras. It sounds like a good length for a game like this. The Mega Man 8 had less Robot Masters available to begin with, and then more appeared afterwards, and Mega Man Base did the same thing. Okay. Yeah, this feels like Mega Man 0. I hope these lights aren't on a timer. Right, so this is stop go from Donkey Kong Country. They are not. Good to know. Okay. I've played levels in games like this with worse gimmicks. Thank you for the follow, Turner. Welcome to the stream, buddy. MechaChrono won't be able to respond to your turn. MechaChrono is a bot. Oh wow, I did not see you there. Oh dear. Concerning. Stay back. Yes, we did. We surely did. Okay. Yeah, I think this is definitely something you'd be into, Clim. Work it out. Jump, and we're out. Hello. Oh no, they brought spares. I feel like I'm playing this game really badly, just running into everything. You like games like this? It's good stuff. Good game. Good game. I'm enjoying it. Very forgiving. It's not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with having difficulty levels. It's definitely one of the problems old school gaming has, of like a lack of difficulty levels. You can either do it or you can't. And if you can't, well, you better get good. Hoping I get like another couple of seconds out of that. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with difficulty levels. It also really bothers me when a game decides you're not allowed to finish the game because you played on an earlier difficulty level. Konami were really bad for that in the mid-90s. Puzzle. Doesn't have anywhere else to go. There you go. I don't really mind a forgiving game if the gameplay is entertaining. And I feel like the gameplay is fast-paced enough. This really is entertaining. Then it becomes a challenge against yourself. You're less likely to die, so challenge yourself to get better, to do better. Yeah, that's not working. Finally. Something I don't have to jump for. Yeah, if I was playing this like Mega Man Zero, I'd be dead like, way more than this. Like, so often. The worst part about Mega Man Zero was the checkpointing. It's what made the game so unforgiving. It's why it's so much more playable on the Zero ZX Legacy Collection. Because the Zero ZX Legacy Collection just adds more checkpoints. And as a result, the game is so much more playable without being easier. Welcome back, Sina. I appreciate the support at watching us while you're at work. Yeah, like if you ever tried Mega Man Zero and like, had problems because of the difficulty, I recommend picking up the Zero ZX Legacy Collection. The game becomes so much more playable because of that. And not in the same way that the Zero Collection on DS was more playable with its easy mode, because the easy mode in the Zero Collection on DS wasn't easier, it just gave you full health and all the Cyber Elves from the start. Which wasn't an easy mode, it just gave you everything from the start. There's nothing much. How you doing, Steiner? See your true colours shining through. Hello. One of the monsters? Oh, it's a good thing we turned on the lights then, Clim. He's wearing slippers. Exapile. Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Clim. This is coming across a lot like Blind. Is she gonna turn on us when we expose her to sunlight? Also, I only just noticed because of that anime still that Gunvolt's midriff is exposed, and I think that's weird, considering the flowing jacket. Okay. Interesting. But split in two. This is a game aimed at, like, everybody, right? This is like an E for everybody game. Twins, twice the fun. Also, the second sound who said jit. Like a blue version of the loot, yeah. It's like the second sound who said jit, clearly as a replacement for shit. Need 10 plus a team. Alright. Puns. Okay. Okay. I get it. Hour of Resurrection. This is going to be a Legion fight, isn't it? Tricky. Surprised, I expected part of the fight to involve them reviving corpses. Oh, that's dangerous. Oh dear. Oh dear. Gemini Man. I was expecting it to revive corpses and then have it to deal with those corpses while doing the fight. I was surprised at how that turned out. And that got very close. That one attack was devastating. And... I like Gemini Man. Challenges, you say? It was close. It was very close. I'm surprised I didn't die there. Getting caught in the eye attack. By the time I got out of it, they did a lot of damage. I was very surprised I didn't die before that was over. Okay. Save. Ah, 2 down, I guess, is... I wouldn't say great, I'd say decent. I wouldn't say great. Alright, what else do we got? First Sumeragi in 7 minutes. D. That's some interesting stuff. Alright, Signer. Do you want to pick the next colour? You can't pick blue or purple. Signer's still with us. That would be a good idea to check first, actually. Alright, let's assume he'll come back to us. There's, Signer. 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 Dun 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 dun. That Metal Gear Solid game over scene is iconic. You want to choose the next color for the level? Each of these is a level. You can't pick blue or purple. Pick one of the colors that's left. Hit continue. Orange. Data store. Oh, I didn't do the briefing. A magnetic personality lurks amid Sumeragi's labyrinth of data. Ferreira, who reaches towards the intruder with greedy fists. Go! Oh, okay. Yeah, I completely forgot to hit briefing before we started. So we're going to assume shit is whack, yo, go fix it. Hey, don't dawdle with those guys. Why couldn't I grab onto that wall? Okay, work it out. I gotta say, this has been pretty fun so far. Inti Creates does some really good work. They're a really solid indie game dev. They've been given some pretty substantial licenses previously. I spent a bunch of time playing Blaster Master Zero, which they made, and it was pretty good. Also kind of easy, but still entertaining. And I say this with absolutely no nostalgia for the original Blaster Master game. I like that there's an animation for Gunvolt running, even when you dash. Because like Mega Man X and Mega Man Zero, when you dash, or even when you got to ZX, when you dash in those games, the dash is like a float along the ground. But here it's like faster running, and I like that. It's kind of neat. Controversial thing. Ooh. Is it gameplay or story? Controversial gameplay ideas are interesting. Controversial story, less so. There we go. Ah, of course it is. Is Intercreates a Japanese company? It feels like Japanese games rarely do well when they include that kind of thing. I think back to the whole issue with Fire Emblem Fates and their gay character. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt in that regard, and consider it possibly an unfortunate, and just an unfortunate implication thing, until I know a little more, but I imagine you do know more, Chancellor. Interesting, though. Yeah. So the first one was sloth. This one's going to suggest greed. The second, I wonder. Wrath? Probably wrath. Any character should be allowed any role regardless of status. It's one of those things, like, I feel like South Park probably got flack at one point for the Nathan character. And Nathan is a mentally disabled kid. No, he's not mentally disabled, he's physically disabled. He's also a massive prick and a complete bad guy. And I feel like South Park probably caught some flack at some point for that. But that, like, not being able to have people with mental or physical disabilities as bad guys suggests that they are less valuable in that role than people without those disabilities. It becomes a whole mess of ideas. At the end of the day, people are people, and regardless of mental capability, sexual characteristics, whatever, people can be good or bad. Does some things very well. I feel like a lot of these games probably don't intentionally set out to insult anybody in that regard. People are the worst. But there's also the thing of, like, people getting offended on behalf of other people is just unbelievable. Someone could find something offensive is a stupid argument. Hey, period of time, how you doing, buddy? Uh-oh. Oh no, go up. There we go. Yeah. Alright, there we go, go down. Nope, okay, go back up. It becomes the whole thing of, like, by that logic, you can't have anything, because anybody could be offended by anything. And it's not even that somebody's offended, it's that somebody could be offended, and it's fucking dumb. Okay. I am. Supposed to be reasonable. So this guy's supposed to represent greed, and he's orange. Is orange just the colour of greed? Because I think of, like, the Lantern Corps in DC Comics, and the Orange Lanterns are avarice. There's only ever one Orange Lantern because they're motivated by greed and they have to have all the rings. We got caught, supposing. Oh, he wants me to come at him. Let me put this in a simpler term. Fuck you, bitch. Interesting. Oh, nasty. I feel like I'm not going to win this one. Oh boy. And I've just gotten the first pattern down as well. Shit. That's a death. Yeah, laugh, please. That's a revival. On. That's a double death. I need to start doing the electric sphere with the shoulder button rather than A. Because if I do it with the shoulder button, I can also fire, but if I'm doing it with A, everything's focused on that. Alright, let's do this. Round 2. Drop the spear then. Round 3. Not too bad, just need to get the pattern down a little bit. Down to kick ass and chew bubblegum. I'm all out of gum. How you doing, Lena? Gonna be honest, at this point I prefer the original version of that line from They Live. By Roddy Piper. I am here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. And I am all out of gum. Doing okay. Doing the Sunday showcase again. Clim chose Azure Striker Gunvolt. We'll go with that one then. And we're just making a push through it. Mizuchi. Oh, is this going to be the excuse of a boss rush later? I can always complain. I feel like that's my best impression yet, Lena. Come around here more often, period, you'll see a lot of complaining. Regular complaining. Well, either you woke her up or that loud, obnoxious SOS call. New episodes? What do you mean, period of time? Alright, we'll be here when you get back, Lino. In a bit. Sinner's Row. Throw down the safe. In fact, actually, let's check what we can... anything we can do? Nope. Any new skills? Septimal burst. Tune in to see the next episode. Zuchu. Redirectable 5 ways. Oh, that was one tag though. Yeah. I mean, we've got a bunch of stuff we've done. That we've done. Alright, we're back at Ninja Gaiden on the Saturdays at the minute. Oh, well, skip the briefing again. Vidoscope. Tonight, the Polish Quarter belongs to Zonda. As Gunvolt chases the lustful menace down, he crosses paths with an Avenger. Okay. This must be what Chanson was talking about. Let's see how that goes. Yeah. Alright, let's go deal with this one then. There's your mouse. Zim? I have no idea. If this boss fight's going to be tricky. Mandatory comes after the third. The issue with going with a Mega Man-like style of choosing boss orders does create the question of difficulty curves. But if you have something like this, this can create a difficulty curve of sorts. In the idea, like, this comes after a specific number, so... Okay, that doesn't work. In the idea it comes after a specific number, you have to be this good to get there. That creates a thought. I knew there were non-binary pronouns. I have seen them. I did not know they'd been around for that long. I can follow Millie the lesbian lady. Welcome to the stream. I always feel like the stream has been something of a success when at least one person from a raid follows. Yeah, I'll be honest, like, I am really out of my depth in terms of appreciating representation in this regard. So I am probably going to end up having less to say about this than you do, Chanson. Mostly just because I feel like you'll be more aware of a lot of things like this than I am. I'm not very perceptive. Basic things, functionality, logical systems, I can work out, I can be perceptive on that. When it comes to dealing with actual people, less so. Way less so. I thought it was dead there. I will say though, game I'm going to recommend to you, Chanson, fantastic Metroidvania game called Time Spinner. It's on Switch, I don't know if it's on anything else, but if you can pick it up, recommend it, it's really good. Interesting. Yeah, I've mentioned Time Spinner before. It's really good. Fantastic Metroidvania game. The sprites look like a Super Nintendo Final Fantasy game. A lot of the font and stuff looks taken from the DS Castlevania games. Really good though. Like, it looks... Visually, it looks like it has a lot of identity stolen. Like Zay. Sprites look... A lot of the sprites look like they could be in Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy VI. A lot of the font... The font is basically exactly the same as the DS Castlevania games. But it has a lot of originality in terms of its story, its premise, and its characters. And I really enjoyed it. It's not super long, but it's really enjoyable. I had it done 100% in probably like 6 hours. Maybe 7. I don't want to undersell the game. Okay. 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 What's this fucking... Don't you just love characters that have lust as their sole character trait? Welcome back, Sana. I mean, it's not really out of the ordinary. It's like, yeah, no, I'd like to have sex with you. Okay, your primary trait is lust, and the last dude we talked to, his primary trait was greed, was all about, yeah, no, I want everything, including the pleasure of destroying you. Like, yeah, cool. I think the problem comes in just our personal squeamishness at sex. Which is, of course, on a person-to-person basis. Oh, nice. What gun were you missing? Ooh, the FAMAS. Don't stand there. It's like, fun fact, I am not great with sex. Sex is probably, for me, one of the best horror ideas. Because sex is fucking... It's part of the reason why Silent Hill 2 really hits with me as a horror game. Because a lot of its horror elements have to do with sex, specifically. Cool. Bear in mind, like, as a binary person myself, I don't really have a position to speak on this, but as a person myself, that sounds like the case of being offended for the sake of other people again. Sexualized too. That sounds like it makes sense. Honestly, you explain it to me, it sounds like it makes sense. You gave non-binary characters lust, and they're lustful. And you know what? I'm going to assume that non-binary people are lustful like binary people are, because people are people. It's the main thing you can always rely on. People are people. Anti-gravity is always so disorienting. Just mad because they don't get the scantily clad woman. And then when they do get the scantily clad woman, it's in the 8-bit game. And you ever tried finding an 8-bit character attractive? It's kind of difficult. Every character should be allowed to play any type of role. It's a fair point. People are people. Oh, is this the Discord? Put it on Discord. Nice. That's some good stuff, Sana. You think people really were trying to, like, people really did want to have the female form sexualized as opposed to the, oh god, it's the other way around, as opposed to the male form? Either or, I mean, if it fits, it fits. Like, I really know what's going on. Agency Creates did do the Mighty Gunvolt as well, didn't they? Yeah, I did notice the crystalline phallus. See, now this I can understand having some awkward connotations. Yeah. Yeah. This is a guy? Also, I don't get a boss fight with Lust. Did we get a name? Did we get a name for any of them? We got a name for the first one. And one of the second ones. Zonda. Yeah, that's right, Zonda. Thank you. I'm trying to remember the first one that we did get a name for, and it's like, it began with M. Yeah, we'll call him Baz for short. Elise was Gemini Girl. Right, they were both Elise, that's right. Graham. Carrera. That's right, they were all named, and I've skimmed over all of them. You're right, Jansen. Alright, base. Oh dear. That's concerning. How do I even deal with that? The basic attack is such a problem. Now what did I miss? Forget cat video kid. Have names on the text box. There's Proto Shield, yeah. Five. Well, Final Fantasy has had the regular names at times. Cecil is fairly regular. FF2 had Leon. With 6, Terra's original name is Tina. Lulu is fairly normal. It's had its regular names over the years. Alright. Really pull out the platforming focus here. And if I prove I can do this, then I won't have to do Mega Man and Bass. Wait, I'm not going to do Mega Man Bass anyway, so fuck it. Return to your master, creature of shadows. Like, I'd hope for the... I'd hope for the, sphere to... like, for that to block the bullets, but it really doesn't. Shit. I don't have a good response for that. All that. Base 3. Damn it! Chester, Luke, Natalia, Leon, Lloyd, Patty, Sophie, Edna. I think I've got this. Does this game have lives? I messed up the initial timing on that, was the problem. Doing that. Base 2. It's 3. I had a solution for that and I didn't get it out fast enough that time. Okay, that isn't the solution then. Just coincidence that it stopped it twice. Unless the actual solution is out-damage her at that point. Him? I don't know. I called it a guy, but I feel like it's a girl. Anyway. Him. It sounds like a girl as well. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Basically Riku. The model looks feminine, which is never an indication with an anime style. Yeah. Like, it sounds like a woman trying to do a masculine voice, kind of like a spoiler character from P4. You know what? Kind of like Marth in Fire Emblem Awakening, whose identity was spoiled the minute that they appeared in Smash. Yeah, I like that fight, like figuring it out, jump over. Specific timing. That got a lot better with pattern recognition. Very Mega Man. Very Mega Man. The previous boss fights hadn't forced me to learn patterns anywhere near as much. Okay. The Zonda. Interesting that we didn't get a fight with Zonda. That could have been interesting. With the reality warping powers, that could have been interesting. An interesting fight. Right, 3 left. Anything for this yet? No. Yeah, that screams unfortunate implications. I didn't even notice it was a cross. Of course, let me check this. Is Inti Creates a Japanese company? Inti Creates is Japanese, yeah. That could be a case of unfortunate implications more than anything else, because Japan has a big history with just thinking Christian iconography looks cool. Yeah. I didn't even notice it was a cross. Yeah, Japan has the big thing of Christian iconography looks cool. Alright, who is here who hasn't picked a level? Lino or Millie? If either of you are still here. Green, red, yellow. You know, that's a fair point. That is a very fair point, Chanson. Like, calling the monsters in Evangelion angels really doesn't have much to do with actual Christianity, just the iconography. But then it pushes for a religious idea that isn't Christianity. Evangelion's weird. Alright, in that case, Clim, you want to pick the next level? Yeah, I was not overly into Evangelion. I thought it was incredibly overrated. But it's also a case of looking back on it. Oh, there you go, Millie. Millie, do you want to pick one of these levels? Green, red, or yellow? I also, in retrospect, recognize that Evangelion is not to my tastes. Could go into specific reasons, but it'd be spoilery. Green. Media Tower. Let's actually get the briefing this time. Uh-huh. Ooh, tower level. Climbing. Love the verticality. But if you watch the Netflix version, does it, Chanson? There was one misspelling, Clim. There was one misspelling. You must let it go. Yeah, the whole Netflix mess of the Evangelion redub. Like, why redub Evangelion? It was a solid dub. Minarets. Standing watch over the media tower is Sumeragi's shining sentinel Jota. Light and lightning will soon clash and be tested. I'm just not really into Evangelion. That is a nice looking background. I like that. That said, I have been waiting for Rebuild to finish. Them to finally put out all of Rebuild. And then, like, I wanted to watch that, but now it's been years and I kind of don't care about a lot of things anymore. They cut Fly Me to the Moon from the credits. You know, you're probably right, Chansum. I barely remember a lot of End of Evangelion. Mostly for good reason. End of Evangelion was a fucking weird movie that was just very pessimistic. Yeah, copyrights make sense. Like, I said it and I was like, probably because they didn't have the rights to it, but in that case, like, why even... Why redub it? Like, just have the Japanese version, and if you can't get the rights to the original English dub, then don't. Eat me to the space egg. Today's Chat of the Day award goes to Chanson for that line. I should do that. I should have like a Chat of the Day award for that kind of shit, because that's good. Eat me to the space egg, that's good, I like that. Okay, licensing. The kind of people who will argue that God doesn't love anyone, God doesn't love the gays, and will hold up the Bible, like you say, isn't actually in Yolking? I don't know what that means. The kind of people who will hold that shit up, like, often people who haven't read the Bible, who will not be able to quote anything beyond specific scripture passages. The people whose mind you cannot change, who are determined to live with their bigotry. For no real reason, honestly. Like, what is the point of bigotry? A case of just create an outsider from wherever you can. It's schoolyard bullying is what it is. Right, egg puns, okay. Eat me to the space egg, let me play among the lights in the sky, I don't fucking know. I mean, I suppose having lesbian in your name, Millie, is a very good way to figure out what streams you don't want to support. I feel like that's more a case of you're wasting your own time there, Millie, because those hateful Christians don't give a shit. Hey, listen. Watch out. Bam. 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 Yes, that is also a good point. You know, like I say, no, that's a very quick way to determine where you don't want to be. Smart. Very, very smart. Of course, we here at MechaChrono do not support any kind of bigotry or xenophobia of any kind. You will be banned for hate speech. Unless that hate speech is, of course, the hatred of Randy Pitchford. The only hate we support. I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee. Xenomorphs can fuck off. We'll deal with Xenomorphs one day. Alien Isolation was not a fun game. I feel like after Colonial Marines, people just had way too low standards for Alien games after that. You know, I do not know what a bimble is. Period of time. Seriously though, if you guys want to start talking shit about Randy Pitchford in the chat, I will do nothing but support that. I mean, if you want to waste your time with that sign, go ahead. Yeah, it's always a problem. You don't want to have to live in fear simply because of who you are by nature. By choice, sure. By nature, no. When it's something you don't get a decision in, having to live in fear because of any of that is not cool. It'll be a worthy cause. Oh, we got a good chat today. It's been leveling me up and I don't know what that's actually doing. Well, they've got the unban requests on Twitch now. People can request to be unbanned once they've been banned. They can only request once, though. They can't spam the requests. Nope. Oh, bastards. To be fair, I don't think we've had anybody we've ever had to ban in this stream. It's one of the good things about being a fairly small stream. Not many people come in here that we have ever had to ban. It's a weird idea to have leveling in a game like this, because you'd assume that your attacks are as strong as they can be, unless you manually upgrade them in some fashion. You see, that's what I was thinking for a second there, Lena. We don't really even get bots that much in here. Like, Clim gets bots, Teak gets bots, Rebel gets a lot of bots. It's been a while since we've really had any bots in here. And I have no idea why. Yeah, it's weird. I have no idea why, Lena. It's like, all the time you guys have been watching, I don't think we've really had any bots. Yeah, I'm a moderator in Clim's stream entirely because there were bots in his stream at one point and I was there. He got flooded with a bunch of them. Hate speech username, links to porn. If you want to put links to porn in the chat, I'm going to discourage that. However, if there are enough people who want porn, we will introduce the NSFW channel to the Discord. And then you can put links to porn, but it better be good porn. Accidentally banned dogs. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, a bunch of the streams I go into get bots, and we've not had bots in a lot of time. God, no. God. Rebels NSFW channel is horrifying. Well, you know, Millie, if you want... I hear they're accepting applications to join the religion of Yevon. Yeah, it's the thing. It's really a joke, you know, because like Clim said, Rebel Reptile, who pops in here every now and then, cool dude. His Discord has an NSFW channel, and it is some of the most horrifying shit you will see. It's calmed down recently, but it's gonna get worse again eventually. Like... You know, I don't think... Zelda has never actually named the religion that they've got. It used to be a case of the three goddesses, Din, Nehru, and Farore, and then it was superseded just by Goddess Hylia, but they've never actually named a religion. It's just like, yeah, no, they exist. There's the Triforce, the proof they exist. It's not faith. See, there's the thing, Leno. You always think you're desensitized, then you see something else. How do you even type that shit, Jansen? Oh yeah, very little is truly original these days. Even deities are often taken from something. Maybe they call it science. Mobile Twitch, jeez. Anyway. Take the tower? No. Just destroy them. That is a fair point. I think the thing with Zelda is, like, the Triforce existing is proof that the gods exist. And as a result, there isn't really a need for faith, because the proof is there. Jota. You remind me of a Mega Man ZX box. Alright, let me read this, then I'm gonna have to focus on the fight. And the goddess of the void. Is that an actual plot point with Zelda, that the long-eared Hylians can hear the voice of the gods and the short-eared can't in Wind Waker? Yeah, pretty much. Like, the minute proof of gods exist, then it stops being faith. Alright, let's dance. Interesting. I'm not sure how I'll dodge that one. I feel like this boss fight isn't fun. And it's not because I'm having trouble dodging the attacks. It's because the guy keeps disappearing and it slows the fight down. Astra Sphere! I feel like calling your attacks is always... Oh, I can hit those? I feel like calling your attacks is always cooler when the person calling the attacks is Japanese. It's the big reason why I think English JoJo's Bizarre Adventure doesn't work as well. Phase 3. Wasn't as devastating as I expected. Damn. Alright, what did I miss? Alright, Are there proof? Is there proof that your paladin gods exist, Signer? Okay, let me see. Three unlocked dragons, Breath of the Wild, cannot be killed, pretty much gods. And they are named after the three goddesses. I can only remember Dinral But they're named after Din, Nehru, and Faror. At that point, that's not faith, then, Signer. What am I missing? Oh. And enduring the barrier of love or anger. I appreciate dubs for what they are, but some series lose serious impact outside the original language. Yeah, it's like I say, calling your attack names often doesn't work as well in English as it does in Japanese. I feel like a lot of anime series really exemplify that. Reason why family tribute to gods was through the use of force to cause people to die. Bow, Hundinger subjugated, stages often showed. Lumen not doing her song. Celestial beings don't really care. Yeah, the only time the gods are ever shown to step in the Zelda history is the Wind Waker timeline. And even then, it's implied to be after years of Ganon's rule. Alright, Clim, you take care of yourself. I don't know if we'll still be here when you get back, but if we're not, have yourself a good night, buddy. Thanks for joining us. The subject is forced to bow, citizen bows oneself. That reminds me of the line in the entrance to Rapture. No gods or kings, only men. See, but then you're arguing a different kind of faith, Signer. Not belief in his existence, belief. Not faith in the existence, faith in the divinity, faith in the idea of power. One day I'm going to do Bioshock. By the time I was in the position to do Bioshock, the entire thing had been spoiled for me and I just wasn't interested after that. Yeah, pretty much. Fuck the world. Alright, let's do this. Okay, so I figured out how to deal with those. That's nice. Not figured out how to deal with these, though. So that's damage avoided. So that has to be specific timing and fortunate placement then. Yeah, I think I've got this now. Some motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill. Hey. Yeah, whatever this. Is not a heaven life good for all? She kindly heads Orion's office, killed the son of a bitch. Thank you, Jansen. Yeah, it's a weird thing with Zelda. There is proof the gods exist in the existence of the Triforce, the literal power of the gods. And they also don't do much. But then every now and then they do something. And it's apocalyptic. It's strange. Okay. Would have thought she was a little young to pull out a line like that, but okay, fair enough. Yeah, that suggests Coppen's going to be harder later. Probably going to have more attacks to deal with. Alright, let's save it. God is the author of only of good and not of evil. Western invention. It's an interesting thought, comparing different theologies. And it seems like the older you go, the more there seems to be to balance everything. Like how Greece had its pantheon of gods, the Norse pantheon of gods. Of course, Hinduism has a large number of gods. Yeah, a pantheon you can have good and evil. Yeah, I was thinking that for a minute, Chansom. The jewel we found in one of the levels, then we gave it to Jewel. And it has my thought going, has me thinking that getting the good ending may require finding all of them to increase your affinity with her. Good is a perspective of the moment. Good is often a matter of perspective, with the exception of cases of great evil. Yeah, I was really kind of disappointed with that in Breath of the Wild, that Zelda hadn't aged. Like, that was... I feel like she should have. Metal Gear Solid 3 has a good idea of the concept of good and evil. Not from a theological standpoint, but from a philosophical one. Exactly, the concept of a higher being. It's often the case in a lot of stuff that features creatures that consider themselves to be higher beings, comparing humans to them as humans would to ants. And there's always the indignation of that because we have sentient thought, and that's the difference. And it's the kind of thing that could drive you crazy of at what point is it justified versus not. Well, evil without good is self-destructive. You see, I would have accepted Zelda being real. You know what? Hylian's going over the age of 100. You've got Impa and Robbie in Breath of the Wild, both over 100. But like, whatever you want to argue, I could like, you could respond with the concern of Zelda able to survive that to that age because of the Triforce. Because at that point, you also end up with the question of how did she survive constantly pushing off Ganon without food, water, or rest? Triforce. I think the answer to that period is no, would not accept their definition of good or evil if it differed from ours, because humans are nothing if not arrogant. The idea that we are not the dominant life form in the universe would be something that people would refuse to accept. And if you ever have any doubts about that, look at our currently existing history. You know what? I'll do that sign in a minute, and if I do it right, I won't even have to actually look at the whole thing to remember it. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. Force shall free me. Did I get that? Chains, yeah. I'm always kind of unsure with that, like, is it chains or is it bonds? Are the Sheikah a separate race from Hylians, though? I mean, Zelda has always... The Zelda series has always been kind of vague on like whether different species of humans are actually different species, like different races. Like, are the Gerudo a separate species than Hylian? And that kind of thing. It's an awkward place. An awkward place to go. There is nothing stopping us but ourselves, and the problem is we are a very problematic species. That mantra, it's the Sith code from Star Wars. Code of the Sith. And a large part of the point, when you go into the old, especially the old expanded universe, when you get to see more Sith than just the rule of two, a big part of the point is that their constant desire and push for power is incredibly self-destructive. Often, a large group of Sith end up destroying each other before they ever truly become a major threat. that, Millie, that goes into my dislike for the idea of Dante's Inferno with the Divine Comedy. I'm like, okay, you can't help being gay. There is nothing you can do about it. You are born, whatever sexuality you are born with. It's not something you can help. It's not a choice. At that point, you are completely unresponsible for that. And it brings up one of my biggest problems with the Divine Comedy, which happens right at the start in Purgatory. Not Purgatory, it's pre-Purgatory. Before they even go into hell. The idea that people in Limbo, there's a significant number of people in Limbo who are there because they're not allowed into heaven because they were born before the correct religion was invented. Which I think is some of the dumbest shit. And if that is anybody's idea of a fair and just God, then it's not a God I have any interest in acknowledging. Can't go to hell if it doesn't exist. Well, that's the point. Like, Purgatory in the Divine Comedy is existence lacking the presence of God, and the idea that the presence of God is the true reward. And so you suffer in Purgatory for not being in God's presence. A point in your existence where you know definitively that God truly exists. It's no more faith. I'm glad you're enjoying the conversation, though, period. Chat, I say this all the time, like, chat is the best part of the stream. You get so much good stuff out of chat. And, like, if there's one good thing about Twitch, interacting with people from different parts of the world with different life experiences, conversations in that regard, especially free of hate and judgment, can be some of the most interesting conversations you'll ever have on any subject. The problem with any religious argument about that is always the case of God moves in mysterious ways. And, like, let's bring it down to a nerdier level that also explains just how bullshit the idea is. It's the will of the Force. The idea of a truly benevolent God who allows such suffering to exist is an oxymoron. It doesn't work. And the argument that it happens because God moves in mysterious ways is a cop-out. You see, the question there would be why. Why would we deserve it? Does a child deserve it? A newborn child born into suffering? The argument of whether something is deserved at that point on such a macro level is a very difficult concept to argue. Especially when you see just how much suffering there is in the world and how it pertains to so many people who haven't had the chance to do anything to earn it. The idea of arguing that being gay is a choice because, oh yeah, no, I'm not attracted to the same sex, and thus, to go with the same sex, I would have to make the choice. And planting your experiences onto another person ignores the idea that there are differences, people have differences. And it also assuages responsibility for a person for their own problems. Due to the wickedness in our hearts. You bring up the concept of innocent sin in that regard. Which, again, is the same kind of cop-out as God moves in mysterious ways. Yeah, I think, like, the best point to argue with that kind of thing, Millie, is like, oh, you know, being gay is a choice. Being gay is a choice, because I'm straight, and if I was to go with the same sex, that would be my choice. But it's a case of then, what about... Okay, I'm a heterosexual male. Do I choose who I'm attracted to? Let's just, like, wipe homosexuality out of the equation and focus entirely on my specific experiences here. Do I control who I am attracted to? Like, wipe out any other man from the planet. Wipe any other man from the equation and focus entirely in terms of women. Do I choose what woman I'm attracted to? The answer is no. And so with that sense already in place, that creates the point, based on my own personal experiences, there are things that I can't control. There are other things in my experience, in my existence, that I cannot control. That other people can. There are things that other people can't control that I can. Let's run it down to a simple level. There are people who can cry on command. I can't. There are people who can burp on command. I can't. They then choose to burp. I can't make the choice to burp. And this is it's a really weird argument this place is going to, but it makes the whole point down into a very base level of even if you can choose something, other people can't choose that thing. Even if other people can choose something, you can't. Everybody is different. Everybody has their own experiences in their existence. Just because you could choose to go with the same sex doesn't mean that other people have the choice in that same regard. They could be flipped. I feel like I've lost the argument now. An instruction, in which case we decide the comfort. Add the wicked and suffer and the good nations. Wicked instructions, so that they men learn the benefit of good behaviour. It brings truly no interest in the interest of others. It becomes a case of selfishness in that regard. Living entirely for yourself, as opposed to living for yourself and others. Living for others is basically impossible. At some point you have to do things for yourself, rather than just for others. Living for yourself does create comfort in your own life, often at the expense of other people. And then there's the point, you know what, let's cycle this back. People who can do that often are not burdened by empathy. They can choose not to care, and they can choose to care. Whereas other people really can't. It's the same with guilt. Some people feel guilty over the basest thing. Other people feel no guilt at all. And so you have two separate sides of what you can and can't do. Can choose not to feel guilty, can't help but feel guilty. And everything essentially then becomes a point. Two separate experiences create diametrically opposed viewpoints. And the same can be applied to everything else. You can believe being gay is a choice, and it's wrong. Just because you can argue your experience does not make your experience valid to another person's existence. Yeah, let me see. Trans is a choice because I'm fine being gender I was assigned at birth, and better ways to help people understand struggles is, instead of imagining yourself as the opposite sex, try imagining everyone insisting you're opposite sex despite knowing 100% what you are. You know what? I think at the basest level, I don't need to understand. I don't need to understand why a person is gay. I don't need to understand why I am straight. I don't need to understand why a person is trans. I don't need to understand why a person is asexual, bisexual, pansexual. I don't need to understand any of it. The simplest point is, those people are the way they are, and there is no reason not to accept that. There is no reason to be against that. That's a good expansion on the point, Millie. You push yourself into a situation that you're not comfortable with because you are not attracted to that person. And why are you attracted to that person? It's simply not who you are. And in some people, it's just not who they are. I think the answer to that question, period, who do we bow ourselves down to, God or man, is a question everybody has to ask themselves. You have to choose your own specific response to that. But the simplest point is, at the end of the day, you don't really need to understand why a person is gay, straight, pansexual, bisexual, trans. You don't need to understand any of that. Simplest point is, does it affect you negatively? And if you're going to answer yes, does it really affect you negatively, or are you just bullshitting? You don't have to bow down. You don't have to bow down to anything. At the end of the day, we're all given a choice, and there are consequences for that choice. The choice may be bow down or die, and at the end of the day, that is a consequence to a choice, but there is always a choice. I'll be honest here, period, I have no idea where this conversation is anymore. like, it's cool. Like, you've not done anything wrong. I just have no idea where the conversation is anymore. Like, let's put it in this way, and we'll do it with Sina as an example, specifically because I know Sina is cool with it, and if he isn't, then I know Sina will still understand where I'm coming from. If Sina was gay, would it change who he is as a person? You'd like that, wouldn't you, Sina? Would it change who Sina was as a person? The big concern in a lot of things like this of, like, you go into stuff like, oh, you can't allow gay players in the NFL. Like, why? Oh, what if they start trying to have sex with the other players? And at that point, you're negating the human element and just negatively assuming that because somebody is attracted to other people, they can't hold themselves back, which says more about you than the person you're talking about. No, humans are not the only species that has shown the capability for homosexuality. It does exist in nature, and has done for a long time. Which immediately throws out any preconceived notion that it's unnatural. But it's like, it doesn't really change who Sina would be as a person. Yeah, high school locker rooms are like, I think it's an American thing, though. We didn't really have that kind of thing in our country. Like, it wouldn't change who Sina is as a person. He would still be the same dude I get along with, I'm friends with, I'm cool with. And then you end up with the question of preternatural. That's not a good point. Not in my school. Yeah, thankfully not in my school. And then you end up with the case of, if Sina's the same person, what does his sexual orientation mean to me? And at the only point somebody else's sexual orientation means anything to me is if they profess an attraction to me. At which point, if I'm not into that, politely decline, appreciate the intention of that, because god fucking damn, if a gay dude hit on me, that would be a compliment. And then that's it. I was going with this, there was a point. And then that's it, it's like, yeah, no, thank you, I appreciate the intention, I do not, however, go that way. And you carry on your life. And at that point, again, someone else's sexual orientation stops being my problem. Stops being my concern. Problem is a bad word, stops being my concern. Stops being any business of mine. And then gay Sina, goes off and does his own thing. Because gay Sina is still the same person as straight Sina, just into men instead of women. And then nothing else changes. Gay people are people. Trans people are people. You have no authority over someone else's sexuality. You have no business in anybody else's sexuality. And you break it down to the sheer basic building blocks, the only time anybody else's sexual identity should matter to you is if there are considerations for dating or sex. like I say, I don't really have many places to go with this, but this is my entire philosophy on the whole thing. I don't care. Are you homosexual, bisexual, pansexual, transsexual? I don't care. That is one characteristic of who you are as a person, and the least interesting characteristic to me. And it goes back to the thing we were saying before. Yeah, I have read it on the screen, and like, yeah, selective breeding is always a long-term problem in anything. Well, I don't. Like, it sounds kind of callous when I put it this way, but the simple point is, I don't care about anybody's sexual identity, and neither should anybody else. You should only care about your own sexual identity, and at a push, your partners and prospective partners. It's like, okay, we got Millie the lesbian lady here. It's like, oh, hey, Millie lesbian lady, you want to go out with me? Okay, no. Millie the lesbian lady responds, no, I'm a lesbian lady. Fair enough, thank you. I hope you have a good day. And then the sexual identity interest ends right there, because at that point, it's shut off. Those two paths do not collide again, and you retain the knowledge of that. Where the fuck am I going with this? Like, that's the only point interest in anyone else's sexual identity should collide with prospective partners. Not everybody is a prospective partner, and everyone you feel should be a prospective partner is actually a prospective partner. And once that is done, the sexual identity shouldn't mean anything to you. It shouldn't be a case of love, hate, any of that. It should be a case of it's who they are as a person, and it makes them neither good nor bad. Exactly. Thank you for boiling it down to a way better point, Chanson. Let's do this fight. I feel like way too much of this stream has been talk about sex. Was she aware of that? Exit Hatch is a good replacement. Sexuality and sex are not the same thing. Why does this guy look a lot like Zonda? Just with the phallus on the head instead of the crotch. Sex and sexuality are not the same thing. But your interest in someone else's sexuality should only extend as far as interest in sex with them. Get me? Once that exit hatch closes, when God make you, he must have broke the mold. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, Millie. Like, when that exit hatch closes, that's it. Interest in sex and sexual identity are just gone. And it shouldn't matter to you. The stream is not about sex. There's not even a sex game we can do. Yeah, Jock blocked. That's an interesting point, though, Chansum. I didn't notice the designs were all similar until you mentioned it. But I had a point. What was the point? Lost my train of thought. There was something I was working on. Elliot Page. Elliot Page came out as trans recently. And my response to that, I feel, was the response everybody who doesn't know Elliot Page personally should have had. Oh. Good for him. And then that's it. Because it means absolutely nothing to me. Find one I could play on stream, yeah, good luck with that. Find one I could play, no problem. Find one I could play on stream, there's the challenge. It's like, that's where interest in somebody else's sexuality should begin and end. Acceptance and tolerance, simple things. Especially when somebody else's sexuality has no effect on you. And that's it. Like, that's where we're ending this. I'm gonna put my foot down right now, like I rarely actually do on this stream, and say this conversation is done. Accept and tolerate. Tolerate's a bad word. Fucking accept it. Just accept. There's nothing else needs to be done. Someone else's sexuality, because there's no real point beyond that doesn't just dive into malice. And if you're malicious, you have your own problems beyond someone else's sexuality. You are malicious for other things, other reasons. It's an excuse. And then we're done. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Simon. I'll come to your house and I will steal your Metal Gear Rex. Shut the fuck up. And we're done. Let's break this guy's unicorn tip off and beat him to death with it. Oh shit. Oh, you are on me, you twat. Really simple pattern so far. There it is. Round 3. Really? Bullet hell? This one's going on for a while. Yeah, it went on for a while, that super attack. The shield cheats the fight. The shield didn't block anything. Yeah, I feel like the shield didn't block anything. Like, the lightning that was targeting the dude hit the fireballs and exploded them prematurely. But the shield didn't actually block anything. Hey, how you doing, Teak? Oh, the ult. Yeah, no, that's a case of iframes, though. Alright, let's do this one, then. Yeah, it's an elite military force. A psychotropic drug used to control anxiety? That's kind of nasty, Teak. That's going to be a pain in the ass to reorient if you don't like really start working on it early. Ora, ora, ora! I have no idea how the Japanese end up doing those lines like really fast. Like if you ever watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Star Platinum, and the only thing it ever says is ora, 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 like so damn fast, and each aura is clearly audible as a separate aura. Crazy. Off from mighty ho, brown, 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 man, no, na na no, no, brown, na no, na na no, na 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 no, brown, 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 man, no, man, no, man, no, na no, no, brown, na no, brown, na no, 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 brown, na no, brown. What did I miss? Language is fast in general, yeah. Knuckles the Echidna from Sonic the Adventure 2. Ora, ora, ora! The weird thing with Sonic Adventure 2, the quality of the actual voice acting got better over Adventure 1. But the editing of the vocal lines got way worse. And as a result, Sonic Adventure 2's voice acting is less enjoyable. Adventure 2's voice acting is less enjoyable than Adventure 1's. You're not gonna go to sleep early, Teak. You're gonna stay up until you're ready to go to sleep to reset the schedule. Yes, that is a perfect way of putting it, Millie. See people for who they are as a person. And last little bit, and then we are definitely done with this. Who you are as a person includes your sexual identity to you. Your sexual identity is important to who you are as a person. Your sexual identity is not important to who you are to me as a person. It's none of my business, it's not my interest, and the same should be true of everybody who is not a prospective partner. Fuck up, Signer. And then we're done. A dead end, or this obvious hatch? Anyway. Sometimes. That's another jewel for jewel. Okay. Yeah, recommend Time Spinner. Fantastic game. Really good Metroidvania. And like Metroidvania is one of my favorite genres, but it is hard to find a Metroidvania that is as compelling to me as like actual Castlevania. Hello? This must be the plant. Watch out for pollen. You'll get hay fever. God damn, Chanson. God, he does look like Neku, doesn't he? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea if I'll ever get to The World Ends With You final mix on stream. Okay, let me see this. Welcome back, Clim. And I'm feeling for Knuckles be dumb as a rock. Those mentioned the design seeing a lot of freedom. No, Knuckles was always kind of dumb. Especially once the series became more story-oriented. But Sonic Boom did push it way further in that direction. To attempt to give the characters more distinctive personality traits. Because like a bunch of the other characters had distinctive enough personality traits to base personalities around in the games. Tails is the smart guy, Sonic is the hero, Amy is the girl, which is awkward, but cartoons will take that as a personality trait that you are a girl. But Knuckles was just kind of like Sonic in a lot of ways, except kind of dumb. So they just ramped up on that. Oh shit! Coming through. My swarm, get out of the way. No! I ran out of energy, I could have made that. Oh no, more of them. Well, not gonna make it past this one. Where did they go? To be fair with that idea, Millie, the whole Amy's madly in love with Sonic had thankfully taken a major back seat in more recent Sonic games, because it wasn't funny. It was infuriating. It made it a case of whenever Amy turned up, just being like, "Oh great, Amy." That one must be bananas. It's like in the later games, like Sonic Lost World, as much as I hate to mention anything positive about Sonic Forces, in Sonic Forces, like Amy's interactions with Sonic aren't really focused on her having a crush on Sonic. Thankfully, it makes her a way more tolerable character. I mean, hell, Amy, when the beginning of her current personality was introduced in Sonic Adventure, a lot of it was, oh, Sonic. But with her having her own story, she also got to have more of a personality. Like her determination to protect the bird. I could tell at once this guy was perfectly normal. The Stoner Kid. Well, that brings up a question of, like, why didn't they bring any of the other characters back? Why introduce Styx? Like, Styx the raccoon, like, what was that about? And also, why did Styx look a lot like Marine from Sonic Rush Adventure? And again, that whole thing, it just boils Amy's personality down to girl. And because she's the only girl, with the exception of Styx, who really doesn't matter, and Sonic is the hero, there must, of course, be a will they, won't they, no they really won't, because this is a children's cartoon aspect to their relationship. I thought she was a raccoon or something. I don't know. Am I thinking Marine? I think I am thinking Marine. Marine the raccoon. Eat this. No idea how I dodged that. Okay, phase 2. Okay. Something of a solution, perhaps? Okay, so I've worked something out for the first two parts. The third, where they try and close in on you, I don't know. Nasty. Round 3. Gotcha. Okay, kind of bullshit there. What did I miss? She's a badger. Sticks the badger? Yeah, that sounds right. Possibly, you might have been thinking she was a wombat because she's Australian. I think Sally, they treat Sally as if she doesn't exist because she was in a Western cartoon. She was created by a Western cartoon. And I would not be surprised if they do the same thing with Styx after Sonic Boom is done. Okay, speed. Phase 2. Round 3. That's an instant kill, god damn. It was weird how sexualized Rouge was from the beginning. Considering how everybody else, except Amy, had basically no sexual characteristics. And of course, Amy's sexual characteristic was in flashing her panties way too often. Yeah, because Sonic X was kind of original to begin with, and then based on Adventure 1 and 2. Okay, let's try this again. I need to figure out that last attack. Okay, 2. I almost forgot what I was doing there. Screwing this up then. Alright, round 3. This is the killer. What's the counter? There you go. You're being a dick, aren't you? Bitch. What did I miss? Oh, you know, a Sonic Generations mission with Rouge. She seduces robots? That's weird that Cream would be head over heels. That Tails. Cream being a love interest for Tails is weird because Cream is supposed to be super young. See, I don't have an argument against Rouge's character. I just think it's weird that such a sexualized character exists in a children's series. Yes, but Cream acts 6, Tails doesn't act 8. But also, if you're gonna try and push love interests for characters that young, I feel like a lot of it boils down to Japan, which is kind of awkward. Alright. Okay. Oh, it's you. Well, this will explain a boss rush. Alright, well we can't just quit now, we have to at least see this through. That's the boss from the chain. What, do you think I was just going to stand around while he took her? Nah. It's not a special beam cannon, it doesn't drill through things. I didn't acquiesce to that request the first time, what makes you think I'd do it the second? More of a Masenko, huh? Eh. That's interesting. They're adding something new to that, so I can't do what I did the first time. Energy attacks. I can't block those with the shield. This is nasty. Actually hitting that is really awkward. I got it the first time, this will be over now. Oh, now we're gonna go and find where they're holding Jewel. Probably in space. Why keep the face in shadow when it's clearly somebody we don't actually know? Oh, that's worrying. Especially since whatever they're talking about would have to include me. Big words. I didn't get to give that last jewel to her. I'm not happy about that. I really hope this isn't going to be a low gravity thing. Okay, looks like we're going for Wily Castle. Can we actually get any of this gear yet? Since we seem to get the components for this stuff basically at random, I don't like that system. I don't think that's a good system. I feel a little closer to Jewel talking to an empty apartment. Let's go. Go save the world. Okay. Thank God Jewel isn't here. You feel closer to Jewel. It really is a case of, like I said before, of just repeatedly talking to her. Just giving you the whole thing if you feel closer. Except it got dumber than I expected it to. They're not putting up much resistance. Kinda surprised considering this has to be like the lead up to the final level. But you know what? This game has been pretty fun. I quite like this. Fast, it's fluid, it feels great to control. And that's always like one of the most important aspects of a game like this. It's like, hey, why is Hollow Knight as fun as it is? Because the controls are so good. And why is it fun to go after the bosses again and again in Hollow Knight until you win? Because the controls work so well. I love games like that. And it feels like not enough games actually control well enough for that kind of thing. Which is weird. You think it'd be a simpler thing to set up. Like, hey, let's focus on making the game control really well and smoothly, and not super stiff. Coming through. Another one, really? I feel like this shows the game's roots as an indie game, like more than anything. The fact that this is the 4th version of this. It's the second version of this boss, but it's the 4th time we've fought this concept. Smoothie. Shit. Smoothly. Oh, that's an L, not an I. Yeah, I feel like smooth... Oh, fuck off. I feel like smooth fluid controls are an underrated aspect of games. Oh, I didn't expect that. Nice. I hope they don't throw one of those at me again, because I'm tired of fighting them. The last checkpoint was a while back, wasn't it? Fully customizable isn't a bad idea, letting you remap buttons to anything. It brings up the old thoughts I had with a bunch of DS games. I am left-handed with the stylus, and you'd be surprised how many games just don't care. Demand you play with the D-pad to move while using the touchscreen. It's like you've got Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, really good game. One of the bonus modes, Sisters mode, where you play as the two sisters, is controlled with the touchscreen. You move with the D-pad, but you attack with the touchscreen. You have no option of changing the movement to the face buttons, which made it really awkward for me to play because I'm left-handed. I didn't play much of Kid Icarus Uprising, I wasn't into it. Yeah, it becomes a case of like, is there really a reason not to have controls fully remappable? And of course, what's one of the worst companies for that? Nintendo. Like the Wii U Virtual Console finally gave you remappable controls for the Virtual Console games. And then, oh, here we go with the Switch Online service, and you can't remap it at all anymore. Is there an option to play Kid Icarus Uprising without the touchscreen? Yeah, I've said that for a while now, Teak. Nintendo's whole thing is you play the way they tell you to play. And it's why I think if they thought they could get away with it, they would tell you you're not allowed to play old systems anymore. It's like, hey, do you have a Super Nintendo? Are you playing Super Mario World on an actual Super Nintendo? Cool, but it's available on the Switch Online service where you can pay us more for it. Do that. I do fully believe Nintendo would do that. Yeah, thank you for changing my life. Fuck you. Fuck out of here, I don't care. I wanted that to be faster. No, it doesn't change any in-game prompts. So I did it with Resident Evil 4. Only works with specific controllers, like the Switch Pro controller, the Joy-Cons. It doesn't work with the GameCube style controller I have for the Switch. So that's fun. But like Resident Evil 4, you don't have to use it. I might play that one day then. Like RE4, R is aim, and L is knife. So I flip it with ZL and ZR, which matches up to every other console and the original GameCube release. Let me see. Okay. It's an interesting point to put, Millie. I have no idea what you're responding to, because it sounds like you're responding to something. Yeah, maybe I'll eventually look into playing Kid Icarus Uprising. One of my many games. But yeah, going back to your thing, it doesn't remap button prompts. Which means, doing it on RE4, I had to remember that the QuickTime event, during the QuickTime events, L and R were mapped to ZL and ZR. Or the other way around, I forget. You know what? I am really tired of this fight. Okay, cool. Let's not do that again. It is kind of tedious. The level itself is going on for too long without any real change to it. There we go. What are we doing now? Oh, it's you again. At least this is different. No. Yeah, how did he do that? Yeah, great, the part I hated. I mean, as far as his health bar goes, he seems as weak as before. Still targeting him? Nope. There we go. God damn it. Lazy laser. Of course they'd call the tower to Space Babel. Hey. He won't be missed. But if he brought that guy back, it would be weird if he didn't bring anybody else back. I mean, I could understand just bringing that one guy back. But he hasn't. I could understand story-wise just bringing that one guy back because space. The ability to manipulate space is a useful ability, especially in the situation they were in. But of course it's not going to have just done it. Ah, you know, about as like as a poodle and a potato. You know what you can get from both? Poo. There we go. Okay. You know what? I'm glad you came back now. Because I still have your pattern fresh in my head. And two. Like I said, still got the pattern in my head. Three. Yeah, being able to instill a sense of guilt is not something to be underestimated. Got confused then. That was the other towel. Too early. Why can't people just leave stuff alone? Green. It really is Mega Man. Oh god, it's very much Mega Man. Didn't even restore my health. One by one, one at a time? Sure. Separately, but one after the other? I'm not entirely sure my health can take this. You know, nobody has ever done that with me. Like the full name thing. I think we're gonna make this one. Unless the game sneakily gave me a checkpoint between each boss. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The entire thing has to be done in one run? See, this was my biggest problem with Mega Man 1. Like, Mega Man 1 split its boss rush into 2 parts, I think it was. Cutman, Electman, Copy Robot. And then there's, I think it's Iceman, Fireman, Gutsman, and Bombman. And that second set is brutal. And it's the worst part of Mega Man 1. Why did I just keep jumping? It's a dumb idea. Yeah, I saw Serial was online this morning. It was like 11 o'clock in the morning. I was like, shit, what's he doing online? And then also, you were in there as well, Teague, when I popped in to see what was going on with it. I'm like, God damn. Yeah, Clim refused to do Mega Man 9. I can understand that. Mega Man 9 gets really hard. Mega Man 9 starts hard and gets harder. Doing that in one sitting, by the end you were just gonna be, you were not gonna be happy. I still have no idea how to even deal with that attack. At this point, it's just hope that it doesn't go in a bad place for me. I really hope it's just these two and that the other bosses are separated from this. Round 3. It's too early. Okay, please tell me there's a checkpoint before the next boss. If there isn't, then we're going to be done for the night. And that'll be the end of the showcase Sunday. Sunday showcase. Yeah, we're not getting further with this. Oh no, I'm not gonna call you out on not doing Mega Man 9, Clim. Totally understand. You can demand a lot of things, Teak. It's like, okay, so now 3 bosses without a checkpoint or a heal between? I don't know, man. I'm on red health at this point. And I don't remember this boss's pattern. Okay, I remember some of this boss's pattern. Oh, I'm at full health. Shit, no, I might win this. And now this part was the problem, because this ultimate goes on for a long time. Wow, I don't think it ended during the fight, did it? No, it did. It just went on for a long time. Just Axel. Angry Cyborg Chocobo. Thank God the game with the heal for that last one. But how did she come back, though? Fair enough. This could be interesting. I barely survived the first fight, and now there's 3 of them. still have no idea how to deal with that attack. Save my iframes for that, maybe? That's probably it. Well, at least I'm at full health now. Round 2. It doesn't last long, you know. God damn. Interesting. That could be useful. Interesting. Do or do not. Try. Alright. Yeah, so it was story that I couldn't finish that. I feel like a lot of things probably shouldn't be damage fatigue, but this is a 2D game in an old school style, so you know what hitboxes for those are like. Why does it feel like this guy's the one doing the Mega Man thing? Stealing the powers and then specifically talk about weaknesses? But now he's got all the abilities. Well then, we have a problem. To be fair, it's not really even Mega Man, it's Proto Man. With that shield. Now let's try this again with full health. One more time. Oh no, I get you. Like Mega Man plus the shield, like Proto Man. Mega Man with the shield. Mega Man 7 Mega Man. Mega Man 7 Mega Man when Proto Man gives Mega Man his shield. Launch. Should have caught that one. Go. Round 3. Dick. It's still mildly useful. Yeah, the Proto Man's shield in 7 is not worth the effort it takes to get it. Come on. On. Not too soon. Okay. Damn it. Oh, that was worth it. Round 3. Thanks for joining us, Sana. You take care of yourself. We'll catch you next time. You. Close. Thank you. See you in the sequel. Thanks for the support, Santa. You take it easy, buddy. Okay. We've come this far. I feel like we have to finish it. Interesting. And replace this with this. Yeah, let's get the normal end. I feel like the good ending's something you're just not going to get in your first playthrough. Not unless you're following a guide. Firmament. This guy's gonna be stupidly powerful, isn't it? This is gonna be a really hard fight, isn't it? I can feel it. Okay. Well, you know, I appreciate not being locked out of the ending like that. That's good. I like that. It's good design. Okay. Oh, they actually made a sprite for Jewel? See, and like, now that he's not in the shadows, it makes no difference. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Gunvolt. I was really feeling the same way. I didn't come all this way for your backstory. Woman. Interesting reaction. Alright, I think I've got this. Took me a little while to figure it out, but I've got you. That's not good. I feel like we got it this time. I know how to damage him. That was the real trick to begin with, figuring that out. Thank you, Jansen. And there's going to be a second phase. Of course there is. Thank you. kamikaze strategy. Especially once I realise that the shield stays down longer if I'm close to him. Try and balance the benefits versus the downsides of taking the damage to deal the damage. This is going to be the real test. Oh boy. Yeah, you know what? I don't care. I don't like that that's how the fight starts. Tell me there was a checkpoint before that boss. Come on, be good. There was not. Fucking hell. With how much it takes to deal with this first form, like going from that into the final boss with no healing or checkpoint is... Yeah. It's like, yeah, no, the game's pretty forgiving, and then that happens. This entire final section feels very different in terms of its difficulty. Just because of the checkpointing. Okay, I actually got a heal out of that, I'm pretty sure. But the fact that there's bottomless pits here, and also wind, like, Not sure about that as a design choice. Thank you. Okay. Okay, it opened for a short time there. What was the catalyst? Is it just damage? What is the trick to this? Getting all three? I think it might be. There it is. And now it gets nasty. Oh, I needed the breathing room. Thank you. I got tight near the end. Figuring out how to actually make him vulnerable was tricky. Thanks, everybody. Does this make up for the terrible show of Ninja Gaiden yesterday? I'm sorry, what? And you're the true final boss, just like I predicted. Foolishness, Gunvolt. Foolishness. You're not my real dad. Almost. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Yep, Copen's gun that I completely dealt with twice. Okay, seriously, the fact you didn't dodge that? This doesn't feel like a bad ending for a side-scrolling action platformer. This feels like a bad ending for a visual novel. Like, oh no, you didn't make the right decision at a specific point and now you're just dead. Unless that isn't the end of the game. Since it probably is. Yeah, there it is. God damn. Kind of. But honestly, I wouldn't say much different than Mega Man Zero. Thanks, guys. Like, Mega Man Zero is very much like this in a lot of the ways and how it presents its story. It's not specifically visual novel, so much as it is just that, like, side-scrolling action platformer storytelling. Churen goes past that, and you have the true final boss fight with whatever his face was. I mean, we beat it. We're not gonna do the true ending today, or probably ever on stream, honestly. Yeah, whatever his face was, yeah. You're right, Jansen. This has gone further than any of the other Sunday showcases so far. And yeah, I can definitely recommend this game. This has been fun. Dude with a V, so he sucks. I mean, the Asimov name really ties it back into my thought. I just have a thought in my head like everybody's a robot. And the entire thing, the Adepts are robots. And they're basically stand-ins for robots, and as the name Asimov does not help that. Yeah, if you're interested in picking this up, definitely recommend it. Pick up the Striker Pack, comes with the first and second game. Remastered, 60 FPS. I don't know if the original didn't play at 60. I don't know. But this is good, I can recommend this. Definitely, it played really well and was a lot of fun. And, like, throughout this entire stream, you've been able to see, like, oh no, I died, and then just how easily I was able to adapt in a lot of ways. Largely thanks to just how smooth the controls were. The controls never worked against me. Cough, cough, Ninja Gaiden. Cough, cough. Yeah, this was a good choice, Clim. I'm glad we did this. Controls are really good. Is it weird? You know what? Going back to your talk earlier about how Zonda was kind of an unfortunate implication. There's also the case of Zonda's the only one of them that wasn't, only one of the adepts that represented one of the sins that wasn't brought back. This was good. I enjoyed this. Yeah. Next week is Mighty Number 9, unless Teak wanted to pick something else from the list. I'm still not entirely sure if Mighty Number 9 was a serious choice for Teak, or if he was just doing that because, like, Clim was like, yeah, Mighty Number 9. Oh wait, no, it was Azure Striker Gunvolt. Like, there is other stuff. You were serious, fucking hell, Teak. Yeah, going from this to Mighty Number 9, like, Maybe it will, Clim. I mean, there's the question, like, will Mighty Number 9 hold up 3 hours? But I guess we'll find out next week. Well, have you done it on the... You said you picked up the Striker Pack, Chansum. Have you played this on the Striker Pack? Not yet. Now, let me check what's on the list. Young Justice Legacy, Tenchu Z, X-Men the official game. Why is X-Men Origins Wolverine not on there? I never finished that. I should take Sniper Elite 3 off there. I did play that and I wasn't into it. Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. Did I put Wonderful 101 on here? I did not. There's a bunch of stuff here. Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Mario vs. Rabbids, Lord of the Rings, War in the North, The Infectious Madness of Dr. Decker. Like, there is so much interesting stuff here. Honestly, from everything I'm aware of with Mighty Number 9, you're better off having done Mighty Gunvolt instead. I do own it. If I can somehow not own it by next week, we can force Teak to pick something else. The problem is that I own it digitally on PS4. And of course, we also have the playthrough. We have the... We have the Sunday showcase for Dragon's Crown Pro coming up. If anybody has that and wants to play with us, let it play among the stars. Eat it to the space and let it play among the stars. This was pretty good, honestly. I can definitely recommend this. This was a solid playthrough. Are you sure you don't want to change your mind to anything a little more interesting to you? I'm not even going to say a better game, because like you can pick a bad game. Just something a little more interesting than Mighty Number 9. I think ultimately that's one of Mighty Number 9's biggest problems. Not only is it just not good, it's also not interesting. An interesting failure is at least interesting. This was neat though. I did enjoy this. You're curious to see how I feel about both games. Oh, considering this is very much designed as a Mega Man Zero throwback, Chansum, it's been like 5 hours. Considering this was intended as Mega Man Zero throwback, I think it worked. And it cut down on the difficulty. It had its difficult moments, but those were mostly just the marathon moments. Excuses. You know what, Chanson? Why don't you play my Azure Striker Gunvolt 2? I'll tag out to you. You play it. We don't need your late night Animal Crossing. Azure Striker Gunvolt 2. And while I'm not doing anything, let's satisfy a bit of curiosity we had with Clim yesterday. What you want to do, Teak, is the points on the bottom of your stream, like you go into your stream. It won't be automated, but you'll be able to find a list of what rewards there is that need to be redeemed. You go onto your stream, go onto the points, and go onto the 3 dots that indicate settings, and choose Manage Rewards. And at that point, you can set up your rewards. So yeah, what we're going to do is, Clim played this yesterday on Xbox. And for some reason, the Xbox version would not let him change anybody's name. How far in this was I? This is too far. He couldn't change anybody's name. And so I was like to Clim yesterday, like, I'm pretty sure you can do it in the Switch and PS4 versions. And it's like, so I re-downloaded it today, stuck it back on, and like, I hadn't checked. Yeah, but like, I want to specifically see the naming screen. Favorite feature, like, I complain a lot about Final Fantasy IX HD, but the fact you can skip the FMVs is a fantastic feature. Yeah, it's right in the beginning. High speed. There you go. When Clem was doing it, all it had was name. You couldn't change any of it. Like, the name was there, but there was no indication of any way to change it. Like, I press B. What, man? And then back to that. And Clim looked into it. Apparently, it's only the Xbox version. Yeah, it was like, because Clim showed it me. I didn't see it with Zidane, Steiner, or Vivi, but I was there when Clim got to renaming Garnet to Dagger, and like nothing. You couldn't change any of it. all you can do is confirm. It's weird, and I have no idea why it's a thing. But anyway, it's time to call it. That's been the Sunday showcase for this week, where we played Azure Striker Gunvolt on the request of Clim, who you can find at ClimHazard27 on Twitch. We'll be back next week with the next Sunday showcase, which is going to be Mighty number 9 at Teek's request. You can find him at Teek the Gamer on Twitch. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, where Clim and I will be continuing Gears of War. Not really anything else to say about that. I want to thank everybody for watching. I always really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. We had a bunch of people in chat today. Clim, Chance, Teek, Signer, Lino, popped in, Period, Millie. Thank you, Millie, for the follow. Thank you, Chanson, for the raid. Switch/bad decisions. You know, there probably is a channel called that. Let me check. It looks like there may not be a channel called Bad Decisions. Huh. But yeah, I think that's everybody who is in the chat. Like, thank you so much for keeping me company, guys. Chat is what really makes the stream. Once again, back tomorrow, 9 PM Greenwich Mean Time with Gears of War. That'll be a co-op stream with Clim for Clim and Mecha Mondays. The return of Mecha Phoenix and Dom Clim Tiago. Tuesday will be more Digital Devil Saga 2 as we go into presumably a lot more story stuff. And Sunday Showcase will return next week with Mighty number 9. But in the meantime, I want to thank everybody for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.